Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Opportunity Identification and Capture Workshop. We're glad that you could join us today. At this time, I'd like to introduce our Manager of Business Opportunities Division, Lauren Atkins, who will bring greetings on behalf of Director Whitfield.
Thank you very much, Quintina, and thank you for your great job in organizing this series and for recruiting the amazing and awesome Pete Teague, Ombudsman of the Office of Contracting and Procurement, to participate in what I know everybody's going to find to be a really great session. If Director Whitfield was here, she would surely want me to remind you all that the last 6 years have been extraordinary years for the Office of Contracting and Procurement and for locally owned businesses in the district. In the past 6 years, DC government has exceeded its goals for how much to spend with locally owned businesses and by a fairly substantial amount. And the amount that we spend with locally owned businesses has grown by a substantial amount. It has almost doubled since FY16, which was 6 years ago. We are very excited to say that our goal for this year, FY22, is to spend more than $1 billion with locally owned and hopefully all with mostly small businesses. So I am excited to leave you in the very capable hands of Pete to learn how your business can help us meet that very, very high goal. Enjoy a great workshop.
Thank you so much. At this time, I also like to introduce our speaker of the hour, William Pete Teague. He serves as the Ombudsman for DC Office of Contracting and Procurement. He brings over 25 years of experience in contracting, procurement, and supplier relations in the public and private sectors. We are delighted to have him this afternoon. Thank you so much, Pete, for joining us.
Thank you, and thank you for that introduction. And thank you to all of those who have taken a couple of hours of your time this afternoon to be with us. We know that's a big investment. It's an investment in yourself, and we hope to share a great deal of information with you today. So let's get right to it, if we may. Just go to the next slide. Great. So our agenda today is to do a little bit of information sharing, a little bit of education, give you some ideas on how to research the opportunities so that we position you to be able to book it and ship it in the near future with your orders. As part of that, we'll be taking a look at an overview of the Office of Contracting and Procurement, which we call OCP. We'll take a look at the Small and Certified Business Support Act, some key points and things that we think are important for you to keep in mind. Talk about the order of priority or hierarchy of how decisions are made, and that's important for you because if you understand the thresholds and the cycles that we go through before a solicitation is even posted, you have a little bit more knowledge, and knowledge is power. We'll go through a lot of that relatively quickly, although stop me at any time and either in the chat or by raising your hand, ask questions as we go along, and we'll spend more time toward how to maximize the resources that are available to you to identify your opportunities and to figure out the strategies to capture them. So with that, why don't we move on? And before I go any further, for those of you who own businesses that are outside of the district, you're likely going to think periodically, boy, this is really local DC business centric, and it is, but there's still a great deal of opportunity for all of our supply base in the regional area. So with that, we'll take a look at an overview of OCP on the next slide. OCP supports 78 agencies in the executive branch, which falls under the mayor. The anticipated spend in FY22 for those 78 agencies combined is a little bit north of $7 billion. Who'd have thought it? $7 billion will be the spend for DC in the coming year. And that makes the assumption that all programs and projects are launched, which I expect will be the case. That's typically what's happened year over year. We detail our personnel to each of the 78 agencies so that they're on site and have a better firsthand understanding of what the agencies need. And that's important to you because when you talk to our contract officers and contract specialists, they may not be subject matter experts on what it is that the agency that they support wants, but they understand what the need is and they can appreciate the value of it and how to explain it to you. I'm not going to talk about all 6 of the divisions within OCP, but I'll comment that the procurement division is who you will all most likely be doing the most of your business with. We'll talk a little bit further about this in the presentation, but 2 little hidden gems within our 6 divisions are the surplus property program and the P-card program. And again, we'll talk a little bit about those as we move along, but in the surplus property program, there's opportunity there for our local businesses and our regional businesses to take a look at assets that have been retired, but still have a usable life, and potentially buy those assets at a reduced amount of money. And the procurement card program, which again, we'll talk about it a little bit more, is an opportunity for you to catch low-hanging fruit, if you will. If you're a consultant and you accept the procurement card, which is essentially like accepting Visa or MasterCard, you get paid nearly overnight through an automatic funds transfer. So with that, let's step forward. I won't read everything on this slide for a couple of reasons, not the least of which is I don't want to bore you to death with PowerPoint. But this slide is intended to give you an idea of the depth and breadth of products and services that OCP contracts for. So it can range anywhere from advertising and novelties to training services, to print and document management, to IT, to staff augmentation for IT programs and other programs. So again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, but we wanted to give you a view of just how broad the spectrum is. If you think about 78 agencies supporting the District of Columbia, which has, I think, 700,000 plus residents, there's probably not anything that we don't buy. So with that said, let's step forward and talk a little bit about the small and certified business enterprise program and Act of 2014, which is year over year been expanded to be an even greater program. There are expendable budgets, and we're going to talk about each of these in the next slide, where commitments need to be made for set-aside contracts by every agency, not just the 78 agencies in the executive branch, but every agency within the district, whether it falls under OCP's purview or not. So that includes the DC Public Schools. There's the Certified Business Enterprise Program, which we'll talk more as we move along. It's exclusive to DC-based businesses. And though I'm not in the business of recruiting companies to come headquarter themselves in DC, as we go through this, I think you'll find that there's some value for our regional suppliers to develop relationships and teaming opportunities with these certified business enterprises. These enterprises enjoy up to 12 preference points and up to 12% preference points on technical evaluations. So if you as a CVE bid $110, for example, on a particular good or service, and a supplier in the Commonwealth of Virginia bids $98, when we apply the preference points on paper, the local business has the lower price, and quite frequently when we are making procurements, it's the lowest price that wins. So I don't want to go into a great deal of detail on that, but there's some advantages to being a small business enterprise or a CBE here in the district. And as we go further, we'll talk about why that could be an advantage at the same time to our regional supply base by teaming with these CBEs. We have the District of Columbia supply schedule, which is
Thank you,
essentially.
Brandon.
Excuse me? Did we have a question?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
we don't. Somebody just did not have their microphone muted, so we'll be sure to mute everybody.
Okay, no problem. No problem. The DC supply schedule is essentially 16 schedules or categories, if you will, of goods and services that the district buys quite frequently. And they're represented in that earlier slide where we talked about all the different types of things that the district procures. It's exclusive to certified business enterprises, and certified business enterprises are district headquartered businesses, small business enterprises that are certified by the Department of Small and Local Business Development. We also have a streamlined application process that our diversity CBEs can utilize to be in the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority's Diversity Supplier Program. And that's something I would encourage you all to take a look at some point. And I think further into the presentation, we talk a little bit about that. But if we don't, somebody remind me to just briefly talk about that. So if we can go to the next page, let's talk a little bit about what the details are about, regarding what we just talked about. Annually, every agency, so not just the 78 that OCP supports, but every agency, including the schools, needs to work with DSLBD, Department of Small and Local Business Development, to determine an expendable budget. And an expendable budget, in its simplest terms, is you take the $1 million, for example, that the mayor's budget affords to Health and Human Services to run the agency, take away headcount, take away other G&A, take away internal money that would be spent. And an example of that would be a memo of understanding where that particular agency pays for one of my employees to be on site with them. What's left, for the sake of conversation, say is $500,000 out of that $1 million budget, the agency has to commit to a goal of spending 50% of that money with small business enterprises that are that are headquartered in the district, and if not, with a small business enterprise, with a certified business enterprise. That's a pretty big commitment, and it begins to show and tell the story of how committed the district government is to our local businesses. For procurements that are less than $250,000, they first must be offered to a small business enterprise headquartered in the district or a certified business enterprise if we can't find at least 2 small business enterprises to award business to. For procurements that are greater than $250,000, 35% of the dollar value of those contracts needs to be subcontracted back to a district, small business enterprise, or a certified business enterprise. So the example of that might be that a $1 million contract is awarded to a firm in Maryland. 35% of that $1 million needs to be subcontracted back to an SBE or a CBE here in the district. And again, at least in my mind, that's huge. And it's one of the key areas in the district's program and affinity to local business that outshines most of what I've seen other states do in the United States. Again, we have the DC supply schedule, which is exclusive to certified business enterprises. And something that's particularly of interest to you is each of those schedules has a government rider contract where other jurisdictions, quasi government agencies and instrumentalities can buy off of the DC supply schedule. So when you're on that schedule, you not only have the opportunity to participate in some of that $7 billion spend. There's 50 other jurisdictions or agencies that you can also be marketing to and talk about your great price and your great service. So huge opportunity there. And again, there's the streamlined process for diversity suppliers to do business with the Metropolitan Washington Area Airport Authority. And as noted on the left side of the screen in red ink, I don't want anybody who isn't headquartered in the DC to think, oh gosh, I haven't got a chance, because there is plenty of opportunity, and there is plenty of opportunity to team with our CBEs, and you'll find that I'm a broken record. I will continue to mention that. So unless somebody has questions, let's go on to the next slide.
No questions, but it's a good time to remind people to post them in the chat or raise their hand if they have any questions.
Great. So we're not going to read, this whole slide again, but to give you an idea of how the process works, when an agency has a requirement and they send a requisition to OCP, the first thing that we do, and I'm sure it's no surprise because everybody does this, whether it's private sector or public sector, look at what's in inventory now. Do we really need to go buy something? Take a look at the excess property that we have. The division that I talked about earlier on in the presentation. Take a look at existing requirements contracts. So that might mean taking a look at the DC supply schedule. Who do we already have on contract that we could turn to fulfill the requirement? Now, if to read this one a little bit slowly because it can be confusing. For contracts of $250,000 or less, they are to be sourced to a qualified small business enterprise. Strike out the words on the DC supply schedule. That's a repeat. And so under $250,000, we look to a district headquartered small business enterprise. Remember, it's the Small Business Enterprise and Certified Business Enterprise Support Act. If we don't find an SBE within the district, then we can go to certified business enterprises who are on the DC supply schedule. Again, directing a lot of business to local companies in a couple of different categories. And again, that doesn't preclude us from being able to make a procurement with a vendor in the Commonwealth of Virginia or in the state of Maryland or even in Delaware or Skytook, Oklahoma. I can't stress that enough. There's still plenty of opportunity. We talked about this a little bit earlier. Contracts of $250,000 or more, or greater than $250,000 or more, we take a look at our regional supply base and our national supply base. And that's where some of this 35% subcontracting and requirement comes in. And then there are other sources that we look to before the final procurement decision is made. And that might be federal schedules, so the GSA. Are there better terms and conditions? Are there better pricing that we can be afforded? And cooperative contracts, which we'll talk about on the next slide if we can move to that. And I'll come back to the cooperative contracts in a minute. We have the P cards on MicroPurchasing. There we go. This is to me, if I were selling to the district, pretty important and can identify a lot of low-hanging fruit. Purchases up to 2.5K for services and up to 5K for goods per day for a total of $20,000 per month. So we provide, if you think of it in simplest terms, we provide a Visa or a MasterCard, if you will, to certain individuals with an agency so that when they have a requirement, that could be as simple as somebody from the Department of Public Works needs this particular kind of wrench, and somebody's already got it signed out, but they need to get the job done. They can run down to the local hardware store and with this card, buy what they need. Another example might be that an agency wants to do some kind of an advertising campaign. It's on an upcoming and important public event. They don't have to go through the procurement process in its entirety. As long as it falls within this category of price range, they can go get a local consultant to do that. And again, one of the advantages of that to you as the supply base is you're not going through the long time that it takes to issue a purchase order and get an invoice submitted and get paid 30, 40 days from now. You get paid practically overnight. That's worth something. So it's my point is encourage you to think about accepting our P card. Important item to note here is procurements less than $10,000 do not have to be formally competitive bid. It's an important threshold for you to know. And it plays a little bit to the P card thing, but also it plays to, particularly for district certified business enterprises, the opportunities that are identified in the Green Book, which we'll talk about in a little while. And we'll talk about how that can play itself out. I'm not going to read you the slide. I think it's relatively straightforward, and talks and it just gives you the procurement thresholds. It's important for you to know as you begin your marketing strategy and you're looking for opportunities. Excuse me. If we can go to the next slide. Emergency procurements speak for themselves, but I would encourage you to look at the OCP website, because whenever an emergency procurement is made, for whatever the reason is that we have to make that emergency procurement, OCP has to post the details of that procurement 10 days after the purchase. If it were me, I'd be looking for the history of what kind of emergency procurements have been made, because maybe the district, not only because it was in a hurry, but just didn't know we have a local business that could have provided that those services or those goods. There's sole source situations. We all know what they are. In my experience, in the last 8 or 9 years with the district, they're few and far between. But you need to understand that they're there. And then again, there are federal supply schedules. And let's hop to the next slide, because I think we talked about cooperative contracts on that. Yeah, cooperative contracts are contracts where multiple states have come together with their requirements for goods and services and issued one contract to a master vendor, if you will. And the reason for doing that is if we put all the requirements of 5 or 10 states together, there are economies to be achieved, better pricing, better terms, better leverage. The link that we've posted here for you is to NASPO, National Association of Procurement Officials, value point. They look after all these cooperative contracts. Why would you want to look there? Because you're a local business and you're, in the short, the pitch that I would make to them is, you really should let me on board with this cooperative contract because I'm here in the district. I can be your channel here in the district. So it's something to think about. Excuse me for one sec. Sorry about that. Can we go back a slide, please? Perfect. 2 other little gems that folks don't know about is, if you do not see a forecast for what it is that you sell, but you have a suspicion the district or a particular agency could benefit from what you have because you've learned about that agency and you've learned about what they're doing, you can propose a special pilot project. So it would probably be a small amount of money for a short period of time, but the idea is take advantage of this as an opportunity to maybe pick up $10,000, $20,000 worth of business over a 3 or 4 month period and see what happens from there. We've given you the link to the law in that regard, and so I'd encourage you to look at it. Similar to that you can submit unsolicited proposals to any agency that is on your target list. just because it's not on the forecast doesn't mean that there isn't a need for it. It could be that you were strolling through DuPont Circle and saw that the lighting is so old that tomorrow night they're probably not going to light up, but you happen to sell lighting and you've got a wazoo lighting solution. You could write to the Department of Engineering and provide an unsolicited proposal of here's how we can save the district some money. Here's how we can help you. So just a couple of thoughts for you to have in the back of your mind and what some of the opportunities are for you to capture business with the district. So let's see if we can go to the next slide. So let's start getting into how do we identify the opportunities? What's really out there? And what we're going to go through here are Pete's view of the world. If I were selling to the district, these are the things that I would do. You don't have to do them, but hopefully it gives you some ideas, and those ideas may be what we see on this slide and what follows is something that causes you to say, I don't know that I would do that, but it just caused me to think of this other thing that I would do that had you not seen the slides, it might not have been front of mind for you. So with that said, let's target our audiences. There are 78 agencies. You can market to all 78 agencies, but I don't know if I were in my own business that I would want to spend that kind of energy. So if it were me, I would go to the OCP website and in the search bar, type agency served. It'll bring up the 78 agencies and you can pretty easily figure out who are the 10 or 15 that are really going to be interested in my goods or services. They just became your target. You can pick as many as you want, but be realistic so that your efforts are focused. And then begin connecting the dots for the agencies to why they would want to buy your goods or your services. What's your value proposition? What's in it for them? We know what's in it for you, making a little bit of money, but what's in it for the agency? On your capability statement and your profiles, make sure you're using the correct NIGP codes. And we'll talk a little bit more when we look at the transparency portal about the value of those NIGP codes, but you want to make sure that the codes that you list with DSLBD and OCP are consistent with the NIGP codes for the goods and services that your target agencies are going to buy. Identify who the program staff are in your target agencies. And you can likely do that by going to the target's website and just perusing around for the organization chart. And if you can't find a full organization chart, there's nothing wrong with you marketing directly to the director of the agency or the chief operating officer or the chief of staff, because those are the people that are running the business. They know where the money is and how and where and when it's going to be spent. And if you market to them and they see that they can achieve the agency's goal and serve the citizens and residents and visitors to the district by the Wazoo project that you have, they're going to bring it to the agency staff. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't keep procurement, OCP, involved in it. But if it were me, I'd be marketing directly to the agencies and keeping OCP apprised of your communications with them. So, short of any questions that need to be answered at this point, let's move on to the next slide.
Pete, we did have a comment that the sound is not great, so as loudly as you can speak might help some folks.
Okay, I am not sure what was just said.
Pete, someone mentioned that the sound is not that great, and we have the volume up as high as it can go. Okay. So just continue to speak. If you can speak a little louder, that would be helpful.
Okay. So you want me to use my outdoor voice?
Use your outdoor voice as much as possible. Thank you.
Okay. So let's make sure that we know, or that you know, who you're competing against. In general terms, you know who your competition is, but you're selling to the district in this particular case. So if it were me, I'd be finding out who's on the DC supply schedule, who's been awarded contracts on that schedule, because now you know exactly who you're going to be meeting in the field. We've given you the link so that you can go to any one of the contracts and identify who in the district is already on the contract that I'm going to be competing against. That's good information for you to have. Um, so that's, that's just one suggestion. So again, you'll know who your direct competition is by doing that. If it were me, I'd be going to the DSLBD website to find out who are the small business enterprises in the district, whether they're on the supply schedule or not, are already completely vetted by DSLBD and potentially doing business with the district. Again, you know who you're competing with, but you're also having the opportunity in both cases to flip the selling dynamic. And the dynamic being, yes, these companies are your competition. You're going to meet them in the field. But at the same time, if you look at it the right way, in my mind, they're also your opportunity to partner, I don't like that word, to team or have a joint venture with when you see an opportunity that you know in your heart of hearts is a little bit too much for you to take on by yourself. But if you could team or have a joint venture with Lauren's company, together you could do it. So flip the dynamic. Yes, they're your competition. You have to be aware of what they're doing, but they're also your opportunity. So I'm saying is find CBEs to team with. And for our regional supply base, same thing. Who are you competing against that are CBEs, and turn that from a competitive environment to an opportunity environment. So with that, let's
Pete, we do have a question from Megan Bailiff. She wants to know how and or who in the district decides what services are listed on the supply schedule.
I think the best answer to that is the supply schedule itself dictates what's on the supply schedule. If you go to any one of the schedules, and there's 16 of them, I think it's on the second or third page where examples of the goods and services are that fall into that category.
Is it fair to say that if the product you sell is not listed on the supply schedule, that's probably because the district government does not purchase many of those items?
I would not say that. And the reason that I wouldn't is I go back to the total spend exceeds $7 billion. And I can tell you, we don't spend $7 billion through the supply schedule. A lot of money, yes. Probably a little north of the $1 billion that Lauren talked about in her introduction, but I wouldn't let that stop me at all. Just because you don't see it there, it doesn't mean the district doesn't need it. Remember, we're servicing over 700,000 people in the district, plus all the visitors that come here. So I can't imagine there being anything that we don't need to buy. That's a long answer to a short question, but hopefully it helps.
Well, Megan has a follow-up question, and Megan, let us know if you want us to unmute you. Her follow-up question is, she thinks her trade should be listed in the supply schedule and wants to know how to amend the supply schedule to cover the trade.
Okay, ask me that again.
Megan thinks that the trade
Did I lose you?
I'm not sure. Let me try to unmute Megan.
Hi, Pete.
Hi, Megan. How are you?
Good. So I was just curious to drill down a little bit on that because I actually have had conversations with folks numerous times over the last few years because we are a trade that gets purchased at usually under $250,000, and it's something that needs to be done relatively often with different agencies. But it's almost always sort of currently attributed to like capital spends and large capital projects and so forth, as opposed to maintenance, which is really, I think, what a lot of the supply schedule deals with. And when I've mentioned this to various people at DSG and elsewhere, they've said, that's a really good idea. But I've never then had any kind of further, well, it's like, if it's a good idea and you guys can see the legitimacy to this, how do you actually make that ask directly or create that next level of conversation about getting that kind of potential purchase within that? Because we're often, between small amounts like the credit card level, but also, this other kind of ongoing need.
Yeah, so I think it's a great question, Megan, and I think the answer goes back to proposing a pilot program or what the heck was the other term that we used? Putting in an unsolicited proposal.
Okay.
And, not that my office is the cure-all to make all happen, but as you and I have experienced in the past, Megan, sometimes it helps when you put those proposals and suggestions in if you copy the Ombudsman's office, because it gives another opportunity to get it in front of another set of eyes and to have somebody internally asking, why not?
And if you, and just to be clear, CCing you on such a proposal, who would the proposal actually be directed to primarily?
Good. Okay, so have we, at least for the moment, Megan, have we satisfactorily answered the question?
So can you hear me?
Barely, but I can hear you.
Huh. Oh, here, let me see if turning my Vive volume up.
Megan, I heard you, and let me get that follow-up in. I think it was just a blip. Pete, Megan wanted to know, how does she find who to send her proposal to?
Oh, I go back to look at the agency website.
Right.
See if you can find the program staff. Failing that, who's the chief of staff for the agency? If you can't find that, send it to the Ombudsman. Hi, that's me. And I will figure out who the person is to forward it on to with copy to you.
So if we're dealing with different agencies like DGS and DOT, et cetera, you'd send that proposal to each agency because they all have their own supply schedules. Is that correct?
They don't have their own supply schedules, but I think it's smart to market to them individually.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And just to that, by copying my office on it, it could become obvious to me that, hey, wait a minute, this is something that's going to work for DDOT and Department of Public Works and this other agency. So as the Ombudsman, I cannot necessarily specifically support one particular supplier, but I can bring those agencies together and say, you folks have a combined need here.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Pete, a guest user named TallyCode had a question, and I've unmuted TallyCode, so he might be able to speak. But his question is, if your company is a CBE, but not currently doing business for the district government, how can you express or inform potential vendors that you are eligible and willing to offer your services via micro purchases that you spoke of earlier?
It's a great question, and I think the simple answer is you take the action to reach out to the agencies. If it were me, I would take a look at the OCP website, and you might have to use the search button in there, but take a look at what are the procurement spent? What have we bought? To make sure that what you're selling is something that at some time or another, the district has purchased it. You could also use the transparency portal that we'll be talking about in a few slides to see how many purchase orders have been issued. And that will tell you who the agencies are that issued them. And from there, if necessary, with help from the Ombudsman's office, we can figure out exactly who to write to in an agency to let them know where you stand and how you're able to help and the use of the procurement card.
Thank you.
Pete, we had a quick question from Caveat of Husband Therapeutics, who asked, where would I find an example or template for a request for quote or to submit an unsolicited proposal?
In one of the earlier slides, we provided the link to the law that talks about that, and that would give you a general idea. In terms of, because there really isn't a specific format, but it would give you an idea of what are the minimal items that an agency or the district would be looking for. And I would put out there that if that doesn't satisfactorily give you the information that you need, there's nothing that says you can't write to the Ombudsman and ask for suggestions of, well, what should I cover in this? I can't write the document for you. I can't make the proposal for you, but I can tell you from the Ombudsman's, from Pete's perspective, if I were doing this, here's what I'd include.
And just a reminder, everyone, that the slide presentation and the recording will be available after the presentation.
Pete, may I do a quick commercial here for PTAC? Although the Office of Contracting and Procurement cannot help you put together a proposal for any solicitation that the Office of Contracting and Procurement is managing, the Procurement and Technical Assistance Center of DSLBD can help you do that. You have to be a DC-based business that is procurement ready and is at least 6 months old. But if you meet those requirements, I'm going to put my email and Quintina's email in the chat. Please reach out to us offline and we will get you connected with a counselor that can help you start preparing your proposal.
That's great. Thank you, because I completely forgot about that. Thank you for mentioning it.
You're welcome. We have one more question, and let's say this is the last question. We're going to move on from this section. Kenneth Rollins wants to know, with the pilot project funds discussed a few slides ago, is there a database on any successful projects that we can view or research?
Not that I am aware of. And I would dare say there isn't. Not just that Pete's not aware of it, but I'd say that there is not.
All right, Pete, I'm advancing your next slide.
Okay. So this is a little bit repetitive to what we talked about earlier. Just a reminder that on the DC supply schedule, there is this government of contracts writers. It gives you the list of the approximately 50 local jurisdictions and agencies that can buy off the supply schedule. If it were me, I'd be marketing to them as well as to the district itself. If you're on the supply schedule and you don't see the Council of Government rider clause, reach out to james.webb@dc.gov and he can help you out with that. It can help you out. It might be as simple as, geez, I'm sorry, this one doesn't have the rider, but you know what? Even if you found that out, if it were me, I'd write to those agencies and organizations anyway. So I don't want to spend a lot more time on that. I think you get the idea. And let's just advance to the next slide, if we may. Okay, so the transparency portal. which to a certain extent is, if you're not already using it, it could be your new best friend. It's an invaluable tool for opportunity identification. It talks about the forecast, what the district plans to buy over the coming year. Talks about the solicitations that are open. And we're going to go into each of these tabs in a little bit more detail as we move forward. Talks about awarded contracts. Talks about purchase orders that we've placed. Talks about payments that we've made to primes. And then gives you links to independent agencies. So independent agencies, meaning agencies that don't fall within the 78 that OCP supports. Related to that, there is a similar transparency portal for the Department of General Services, and we've given you the link to find that. And much of what we're going to talk about from an OCP perspective, you will find with DGS as well. Keep in mind, DGS is an independent agency from the Office of Contracting and Procurement, and their spend is a bit north of $1 billion a year. That's in addition to what OCP is spending. So opportunity there. And in the process, don't forget to take a look at the DC Public Schools site, because they are also independent of the Office of Contracting and Procurement in their spend. I don't know the number, but it's in addition to the $1 billion plus that DGS is spending and the $7 billion plus that OCP is spending. So let's kind of dive into it on the next slide, if we may. Okay, the forecast tab talks about what are the planned procurements for the coming year. I'll start with the downside, and then hopefully the rest of what I say is good news, so it will offset that downside. Unfortunately, at this time, we only update that forecast on an annual basis. But it gives you an idea of what each agency intends to spend throughout the coming year. You can search by project type, you can search by agency, you can search by quarter. If it were me, I would probably be searching by NIGP code, because that will lock down for sure that the goods and services the agencies are forecasting are something that you sell. And it further helps with identifying your target agencies. Also, you can use this tab to begin sizing the opportunity. Let's find out if the district is even planning to buy whatever it is that you sell. Now put it in a few words. Is it worth your time to market your goods and services? This is one place where you can find that out. You can also use it to verify the NIGP codes you have on record with DSLBD and OCP. You may have the correct NIGP code, but it doesn't happen to match exactly the way the agency sees the world, and they use an NIGP code that has a slightly different number. So it's a great way to ensure that you're visible with the products that the agencies are planning to buy. It also provides a guide for the timing of your market outreach. And by that, I mean, if what your goods and services are forecast to be procured, but not until the fourth quarter, well, then you don't have to spend a lot of time right now marketing on that. Conversely, if what you're selling is going to be procured in the next quarter, this would be a good time to start your marketing. So that's a way that you can use the forecast tab. And every procurement that we put forward would be on that forecast tab. Excuse me. Yes, on the forecast tab. So let's move from there to the next slide. The solicitations tab is exactly what it says. It lists all of the current solicitations that are available for you to bid on. And search it by a variety of different categories. And for me, I'd start with my target agencies to see if there's an indication that they're interested in the goods and services that I offer. You can use it to determine if a solicitation is open market or if it's set aside. So make life easy. Set aside being It's intended for a district-based small business enterprise or a CBE. Or is it open market, meaning our regional and national supply base are welcome to bid on the opportunity? If you're operating in the Commonwealth of Virginia and you find out that this particular opportunity is for a set-aside market, I'm not so sure that that's something that I would want to spend time on, because you'll be thanked for your submission, but unfortunately, you're not a small business enterprise in the district or a CBE. On the other hand, if you see that it's set aside and open market, if it were me and I could fulfill the requirement, I would be bidding on it. So it's some of the information that the solutions tab, excuse me, solicitations tab can provide for you. So with that, let's move on to the next slide. And I'm not going to read the whole slide to you, but what you will see on the solicitations tab is a summary of what it is that the district is looking for in each of the solicitations. Again, it's another way to verify your NIGP codes. What's kind of cool about this tab is, if it were me, I wouldn't just be looking at, okay, what are they planning on buying this year? This tab has the history. What did we buy last year? And I think the year before. Is there a pattern here? So maybe you'll see, going back a couple of years, that, right now the district are not planning to buy my goods or services, but for the last 2 years, the following 3 agencies have. Well, that's a pretty good way to say, hey, there's an opportunity here for me to reach out and say, we've noticed in the past that you've bought fill in the blank. We happen to sell that good or service. Let us know how we can help when the need arises.
We had a quick question.
Yep.
Sado asked, can we be listed on all of these 50 states? And I'm not sure what that question meant, so I unmuted Sado. Sado, if you're still there and want to ask that question aloud, go for it. In the rider clause.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean, in the rider clause. So because there are different jurisdictions, so I must wonder if for the DC or supply schedule, if we can be in all these jurisdictions, or we just have to be the limited numbers, or just wonder about that.
Okay, I apologize. I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying. Laura or Quintina, can you try to repeat the question?
There is a slide you show about the rider clause. There are different jurisdictions. So I was wondering if the company can be in all this jurisdiction when applying for the DC supply schedule.
I tell you what, why don't we put Pete's email in the chat, and Sado, you and Pete can work on that question a little bit offline. Does that sound good?
Sound good.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, the only other 2 points I wanted to make on this slide was just to remind folks that when you see an opportunity on the solicitations tab, it'll tell you who the contract officer or contract specialist is. If it were me, just to be certain, it isn't required on every solicitation, but just to be certain, reach out to that contract officer and request to be invited to bid. And I would do that not just in a voicemail, I'd send an email as well. And again, if the solicitation is open market, is there an opportunity for you to team with a CBE, or for a CBE to team with one of our regional suppliers? Individually, maybe you can't in good conscience bid on it, but together, maybe there's an opportunity for you there. Maybe there's an opportunity to create a one-time joint venture, which DSLBD could help you to do. So that's a little bit about the solicitations tab. If we can move forward. The contracts tab is a listing of awarded contracts of $100,000 or more. DGS and the DC Public Schools have similar listings, but they're not on the OCP transparency portal. And we've given you the link to where you can find those awards. And you might think, well, Jesus, the business has already been awarded. Why am I spending time on the contracts tab? Well, if it were Pete, the reason that I would do it is, first, I know who's got the business today. And I'd be looking for opportunities to partner with the incumbent. Maybe it's an opportunity for you to do some subcontract work with them when they're having a capacity problem. I'll be looking at it to find out, when does the current option period or purchase period end? And if you find out that it's not for another 6 months, this might be a great time to start marketing to the agency and to OCP about why your solution is a better value for the district. And I say that because I'm not one to, and I would encourage you to be the same. Don't assume that the incumbent is necessarily going to get the next option period. If you make the right business case, because you've done your research and you've looked at the contracts tab and found out what the requirements are, there's a possibility that you could get the agency and or OCP to say, you know what, it's time to resolicit this and see if there's a bit of value up there for the district. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so you can also use this contracts tab to cross-reference the vendor information to payments, which we're going to talk about in a few minutes. So we may find out that, hey, great, the district has a contract to buy what I'm procuring. I'm going to see what I can do to be a sub. I'm going to see what I can do to time my marketing, but I could use it in concert with the payments tab and say, you know, it's wonderful. They have this contract that they've awarded to somebody, but in looking at the payments tab, they are not buying anything. So again, is it an opportunity? Is it an area that you want to spend your time, your marketing time at, or is there a better place for you to put your efforts? You also look at it again, I kind of repeating myself a little bit here, but it's also an opportunity for you to find out, is there a subcontracting provision in the contract? Remember, we talked about that earlier. Contracts are greater than 250K, 35% of the business has to come back to the district for SBE or CBE. If there's an opportunity for subcontracting there, then I would be reaching out to them and saying, hey, you know what? I'm here in the district and I'm a CBE. I can help be your channel. You sort of take it from there. I will note that there are some system capability issues. So there are some DDOT contracts that may not be listed on our portal. So make sure that you look at the DDOT website as well. Okay, and I think Megan's trying to make a point here. Can we get a clarification? There's a little blurb popped up on my screen. What's on your mind, Megan?
So when you're talking about this with the purchasing, you're not just talking about supply schedule, right? You're talking about all purchases that the government's making, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you for helping make that clarification.
Pete, I think that dumpster rental services has a similar question, but just to make sure, to clarify, if there is a subcontract provision in an existing contract, we should reach out to the vendor.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, they may already have an approved subcontracting plan, but in my mind, if I can capture mind share with them for the next time around, I would do that. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So the purchase order tab, we talked a little bit, so this is going to be somewhat repetitive, but it's worth it. Search this tab by a variety of different options, and I keep going back to use the NIGP code in the search criteria, because it's an opportunity for you to find out, is the district it's wonderful that the district might have contracts for this. It's wonderful that the district is forecasting to buy it, but have they actually purchased anything? For this NIGP code? And you might find out that, golly day, they're buying $100,000 a year worth of what I sell. But you also could find out they're spending $5,000 a year, and that's not necessarily worth your time and effort. What's the next opportunity for you to go take a look at? Take a look at the purchase orders tab to see if whatever the goods and services are that are listed in the Green Book are being purchased. Same logic applies. You know, the Green Book talks about what the agency anticipates it's going to do, but here's a way to find out whether or not they're actually doing it and making those procurements. So again, it's an opportunity for you to size the business. And it's an opportunity for you to verify how solid is the information that you learned in looking at the forecast tab. Again, forecast said they're going to buy this, haven't issued a purchase order for it in 6 months. Maybe that tells you something. On the other hand, forecast said they were going to buy this, and golly day, they bought $500,000 worth of it already. Helps you to make the decision on where you want to focus your efforts. And again, this is the Pete's view of the world. You know, you have to use the tool in the way that is best for you, but these are some thoughts of what you can do. And so with the next tab, excuse me, the next slide. There's a couple of different things here. On the transparency portal, there is the payments tab, and it's a way, particularly if you're in the construction industry, to get a feel for whether or not your GC has already been paid. And you care about that because if you've got a good sense that they've been paid, then you have a better position when you call to say, you know, I delivered on task order number 4, and I'm pretty sure you've been paid for it. Here's the invoice number, and how come I haven't been paid? There are some folks on the line like Megan and Cindy who have more experience with it than I do, but it's a start. The other place that you can look is on the OCP website under transparency and reporting. It goes into greater detail about what money has been sent to the primes and to GCs. There's a few things that come out of both of those. You know, it's a little bit of a step ahead for having some information about who's been paid what and how strongly you're able to go after whatever is due to you for the task order you completed. But the other thing is, it tells you who has contracts with the district that maybe you couldn't see on that contracts tab. It just became a target area for you to go after for your private sector business that at the end of the day is really generated out of the district itself. And you get to see who the competing vendors are and how you might be able to leverage that information. So with that, let's move on to the next slide. Okay, the tab that talks about the links to other DC agencies that are not supported by OCP, is to simply use this tab to figure out who to outreach to. You know, maybe you identify 3 of the 78 agencies under OCP that you would want to market to, but by using this tab, you could figure out fairly easily who are the other agencies that you might want to reach out to, and it provides you information on how to make contact with them. I would use this in conjunction with, on the OCP landing page, you'll see a drop-down menu for other opportunities. And what OCP does is reach out to these agencies that did not fall under our purview, and we list what their opportunities are. That could include even DC Water, Events DC, or a variety of other agencies that at the end of the day maybe don't report to the mayor, but that are government agencies. So you know, there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of information here. Let's go to the next slide. There's a tab on the I think there's a tab on the transparency portal, but certainly on the OCP webpage that talks about laws and regulations. And I wouldn't encourage any of you to study this to the point where you could pass the DC bar, but I would look at DCMR 27, and that's on the drop-down box on the landing page, and get familiar with the procurement laws and regulations, because you will find out exactly how these procurements are supposed to be done and under what conditions and who is supposed to do what. You don't need to know it inside and out, but knowledge is power. And if you know how the formal process is working, at least at a high level, then you know whether or not, if you'll pardon the expression, your gut is telling you something ain't right, and you can pull a flag on the play, if you will. Just increase your opportunity because you know a little bit more about how the process really works and how it's supposed to work by way of the law. So just wanted to say a couple of words about that. And moving on to the next slide. Now, we talked about throughout the presentation that there are these requirements for set-asides, and we talked about subcontracting. There are going to be times when the agency and OCP simply and honestly can't find a DC headquartered small business enterprise or CBE to provide the goods or services that are required. And so they have to, the agency and OCP have to apply to the Department of Small and Local Business Development for a waiver to go purchase the goods and services outside of DC. DSLBD does its own investigation on what may be available or not available, excuse me, and lists on its website what those waiver requests are. And they're listed for 10 days. So if it were me, I'd be looking at that waiver site to see if there is opportunity for me there, because maybe you had the wrong NIGP code and the agency and OCP couldn't see you, so they didn't know you were there. There's a process that can be followed. There's a process to be followed, and it's talked about on the waiver site, to raise your hand and say, hold the phone, you don't need to have a waiver for this, I sell it. Something popped up about an unmute and a question.
Yes, Tally Code has a fairly detailed question for you, so you should be able to ask that question now.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for allowing me to ask my question. Yeah, so we're an IT software development company, and over the past couple of years, we've applied for at least protesting or applied for CB for waiver requests. And I guess in our field, a common challenge that we run into with the, I guess, challenging the waiver requests are that sometimes the incumbents, you know, they market or brand commonly created tools and they brand it and market it as a unique tool, and so that, you know, so they can deem themselves as the subject matter experts for this particular application, even though we know that tools that are used to build that application is very standard and common, that we have subject matter expertise in those tools. But we found ourselves being unsuccessful, and I guess in actually either communicating or getting that across in order to move forward in our challenges. So based on the situation, do we actually have a true leg to stand on in our request to be a part of these waiver requests and these protests, or is something that we just have to figure out a way to communicate to, I guess, the incumbent to see if they have a way of making a deal?
Okay, you said a lot, and respectfully, keep in mind that I'm pretty hard of hearing. I'm not
So-
exactly sure what your question is.
So, for example, an incumbent, they say that they can't find a CBE to work with, even though the contract requires that they use a CBE, whether in a subcontract or partnering capacity. And they say, and the reason why is to say that their tool or service or product that they're offering for the district government is too unique for them to find a CBE to be able to partner with or work under their umbrella. So, but let's say that there is a tool called Life Manager Pro, but really it's just a Excel spreadsheet, but they marketed it as something different. But we have subject matter expertise in, let's say, Excel or the tool that's using it or the underlying tools that build it. But we found that we've been unsuccessful in our attempts to try to express that sentiment. So we're seeing if we actually have a leg to stand on, or just something that we're basically something that we just really need to try to negotiate with the incumbent, or if there's any recourse at all.
I'm having the same problem. So let's do this. Quintina, could you again put my email address up there, and maybe this gentleman can write to me, and then I can read what it is that's on his mind and respond directly to him.
Pete, I'm putting your email in, but I'm also wondering, because this is a waivers question. This gentleman is asking how to more successfully challenge a waiver, and the waivers are actually managed by DSOBD, not OCP. So, sir, if you could put your email in the chat or email it to me, I'll put my email in the chat, email it to me directly, and let's set up a connection between you and Pete and our waivers manager.
Sure, thank you.
It works for me. Makes sense.
And then Julian has another question and should be unmuted so that you can ask, he can ask his question.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, how are you doing today? My question isn't about waivers. It's about joint ventures. So I do consulting and I do business development for existing companies. I found that in the city, a lot of guys that are probably maybe 50 and over, they do things like HVAC, or they could be contractors. So they come fully bonded, they come fully insured, and they have all their licenses, but they don't do any IT. So they're not really aware that you can go to the OCP website or the DGS website, or they're not aware of supply schedules. How can I interface with them, like as far as joint ventures? Would I be able to go in as a prime? Because I don't do HVAC, but I have partners that do HVAC. So how would I go about entering into contracts with them?
Well, I'm going to ask Quintina and or Lauren to weigh in on this, because joint ventures really falls under their division. But it would
Absolutely,
seem to me that you excuse me, Lauren, it would seem you identify who you think you want to do this with, but in the meantime, reaching out to Lauren's group to find out, well, how do we do this anyway?
Right, absolutely. So if you would contact either myself, and Lauren can put that in the chat, or Lauren, we can actually introduce you to CBEs to partner with through our CBE portal during a matchmaker session.
I am a CBE. I'm a CBE in the SBE. I have 6 categories that I'm certified under. I'm talking about partnering with companies that aren't CBEs.
Quintina, I'm going to say that Julian sounds like a perfect candidate for the Mentor Protege program that we have been talking about putting together for the past couple of weeks. So Julian, like Quintina said, I'm putting our emails in the chat, and we hope you will reach out to us joint venture, mentor protege with some of the primes. Does that sound
Okay.
good?
Yes, I'll definitely do that. I'm writing down you guys' emails right now. I appreciate your help. Thank you very much.
I'm putting in our shared email account. We all check this. So it's business.opportunities@dc.gov. When you see that, it goes to all of us.
Okay.
And then I'll put in our individual emails as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good for questions.
I'm sorry?
No more questions.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this slide just is a, excuse me, a representation of the DGS, Department of General Services website, and gives you an idea of, or actually gives you links to many of the same transparency tools that are available through OCP. But this is now specific to DGS, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time reading you the slide. I think it gives you a pretty good idea of the information that's available to you. If you think about the things that we've talked about on the prior slides and apply them here as well, there may be more opportunity for you than you may have originally thought that there was. Next slide. And to help you drill down on that a little bit, here's just, I'm sure it's not the entire portfolio, but here's an idea of what DGS does buy. And I'm sure if you drill down deeper in their website, you'll find even more. And on this slide on the bottom, we've identified that the DGS CBE Inclusion Officer is Olivia Warren. And we've given you her email address here. If it were me and you believe that there's opportunity for you with DGS, then I'd be writing to Olivia to introduce myself and find out more about how to do business with DGS. So the next slide. Okay, so we've mentioned earlier on about the Green Book, and I believe that the website is listed here. The Green Book is put out by DSLBD, and they developed this in concert with the various agencies and with the OCP forecast to identify what various agencies are planning to procure. This is an invaluable tool for you, I believe. And something, a nuance to keep in mind is some of what is in this book may be planned purchases of goods and services that fall under the competitive threshold and or that are for products and services that are on the DC supply schedule. So you need to pay pretty close attention to it and map it back to the forecast. If you don't see something on the forecast that's in the Green Book, if it were me, again, I'd be marketing directly to the agency, letting them know that you're CBE or your small business enterprise in the district, and you can provide whatever those goods and services are. Use that also in combination with what are the different procurement thresholds. It's entirely possible that the voting commission or the voting agency in the district, as an example, is going to buy $10,000 worth of office furniture. A couple of things could happen. It falls under the threshold for competitive bid, or the requisition would make its way to OCP, and whoever the contract officer or specialist is will say, well, wait a minute, we already have 5 companies on a supply schedule that can provide these goods and services. Leverage the Green Book in that kind of a scenario to say, hey, pick me because I'm on the supply schedule. I have the goods and services that you're looking to procure. Quintina, I don't know if you or Lauren want to add anything. I'm probably not giving the Green Book justice here.
Absolutely. So the Green Book is available also digitally online where you can filter through the information. And we will be hosting another Green Book workshop in March to exactly go through that Green Book, look at the various agencies, look at their forecasts, what they spent the previous year, and then filter through the commodities that they will be procuring for 2022. So please look out for that Green Book workshop on Eventbrite. And I believe Lauren has already put that in the chat.
Great. Thank you. So let's go to the next slide. So we've talked about this item a couple of times during the presentation. It's just a reminder about the MWA and DSLBD collaboration. And this is a particular interest if you're a minority or woman-owned business. It's a streamlined process as a CBE to become part of the diversity program with the airport authority. I'm not exactly sure what their spend is, but I got to believe it's pretty big. I mean, there's 3 or 4 airports, and a variety of other transportation areas. If it were me and I were a minority woman-owned business, I would take advantage of this. I don't believe it costs you anything to be part of the program, but it's that much more opportunity for you. So take advantage of the collaboration between DSLBD and MWA. On to the next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about a division within DSLBD that Lauren mentioned earlier on, and that's the Procurement Technical Assistance Center. There is a criteria to be a client of theirs, but they can do, among other things, and I think Lauren or Quintina mentioned it earlier, while my shop can't help you write or tell you how to write a solicitation, a proposal, the P-Tech can take a look at what you're doing and give you some pointers. It's just one area. If we go to the next slide, and the one after that, this slide can give you in a nutshell what the various services are that P-Tech offers. If it were me, I would go to the P-Tech section of the DSLBD website, and you can find that easily enough. On the landing page, there is a series of drop-down boxes. One of them is called Our Divisions, and just click on P-Tech, and you'll actually have something that you can read, because I don't know about all of you, but I can't read what's on this slide. But it gives you an idea of the services that are available. It ranges from assistance with marketing, assistance with pre and post contract award with the government, big focus on if you want to do business with the federal government, which is a slightly different animal than doing business with the district. There are matchmaking opportunities. There's education that's available, and all of these services are free through DSLBD and P-Tech. So I would encourage you to examine whether or not there's opportunity for you there. And we're going to advance. I don't want to read you the great detail that's in this slide, but please take a look at it. You may find that P-Tech is a great resource for you. To the next slide.
Pete, we've had a question again from Husband Therapeutics asking to repeat where to look for DC-owned properties that are up for sale or development.
On the ocp.dc.gov landing page, I'm pretty sure that there's a drop down that talks about surplus property, but if there's not, in the search bar, just type surplus property, and it will bring you to the pages that tell you what is available and how to participate in that.
Pete, you're absolutely correct. There is a tab there. I was on that landing page yesterday. So there's a tab that says surplus property that you can drop down to.
Right. Okay, so let's see if we can move on and talk, well, we have a few minutes, talk a little bit about some other useful information for you to have. And that is, if you're not the successful bidder on any given solicitation, if the award was made based on anything other than price, you can request a debriefing, which will include the areas that are listed here on the slide. So it's the government's evaluation of the significant weaknesses or deficiencies that were in your proposal, the overall evaluated costs and price, and your technical rating. So it may not tell you who your direct competition was, but of course you could always find that out by looking at the awarded contracts, right? But it would tell you how your proposal stacked up against the winning proposal. And it's not an opportunity, a debrief is not an opportunity to come in and defend what you submitted and that happened to be unsuccessful. It's an education opportunity to help you be a more successful bidder in the future. So it's not an opportunity to try again for the same piece of business. It's not an opportunity to come in and have an argument with somebody. It's an opportunity to hear firsthand from the program staff and from the contract officer where your proposal might be a little bit better next time around. If the award was made solely on price, then you are entitled to have a copy of the bid tabulation. Again, it may not list the names of who your competitors were, but it will show where how your price stacked up against the price that was quoted by other companies. Kind of good information to know. Gives you an idea of, oh my God, I've got to sharpen my pencil, or somebody here is giving away the business, but it gives you a good feel for where you are from a pricing standpoint. Next slide. I'm not going to read all of these, but just tips for responding to a solicitation. Simple things like give a brief history of your company and any accreditations that you have. Be really clear about what your experience has been in similar requests, whether it's from private sector or a government agency. Talk about the methodology that you're going to use to satisfy whatever the requirement is. Show that, show that you know exactly what it is that the district or the agency is seeking to procure and how you would deliver it. In responding to a solicitation, you don't want to provide something that's going to take the evaluator an inordinate amount of time to read, but enough information to convey that you know what you're doing in providing these goods or services, that you're consistent in your terminology, that you don't make the assumption that the person or persons that are reading your proposal are subject matter experts. You're the subject matter expert. Convey your messages in a way that, if you will, a lay person is going to understand them. Just make it a little bit easier. Something that I've done in the past and would encourage you to do or think about when you're done putting your proposal together. Not only have the fine people at Pete Teague take a look at it, but give it to your neighbor. I know it sounds crazy. Give it to your neighbor who knows nothing about what you do, and ask them to come back in 24 hours and tell you what your proposal says. And if they got it, chances are you've got a pretty good winning proposal there. I know it sounds kind of silly, but it works. So see if we go to the next slide. We've talked about some of this already, even though it's software related. I think many of the same things, there are the same aspects apply. One item that's very important is the degree of interoperability with what you're authoring and what the district already has. So is there backward and forward compatibility, for lack of a way to put it. Next slide. And finally, for right now, be careful of unauthorized commitments. If you have a contract with the district, and this may apply more for those of you that are in the construction industry, somebody from the district calls and says, hey, you know, we know you're working on this project for us, and we need you to, I'm making this up, you need to move all your equipment to the south end of the site because of fill in the blank. Need you to do that. And you say, sure, I'll be happy to do that. And it's going to cost $5,000. Where's the PO? Don't operate on verbal instructions. And I know it's easy for me to say that because nobody wants to risk ticking off the owner or upsetting the general contractor, but it's in your own best interest to make sure that a change order or some document is provided by the contract officer. That's the only person that is authorized in the district to commit district funds. You don't want a situation where you spent $5,000 or haven't paid a whole lot more, only to find out when you submit the invoice, what comes back is, well, who told you to do that? Where's the paperwork? I'm being a little bit flip, but protect yourselves.
Pete,
in
this,
that.
Pete, this is Megan. If you're faced with that on a job site and you're on a district contract, and I know that it varies between agencies, but is there a general comment to make about whether you're getting pressured to not interrupt the schedule? And if there's anybody that, or like a entity within those agencies that should be called right away to say, hey, I want to do this, I want to comply, but I need to get this paperwork. If you're not getting proper cooperation from the people in the field.
Yeah, it's a great question, Megan. I think it's the contract officer or the contract specialist. Failing that, the contract administrator. That contract administrator, I know I'm preaching to the choir, Megan, but the contract administrator is the person in the agency that's been sort of dubbed to manage the contract. Those are the people that can help. Failing all else, if, you know, again, sorry to use the expression, if your gut tells you something isn't right here, you send it out to the Ombudsman and we can help.
Thanks.
So, we've used a fair amount of the time that was allotted to us. Hopefully we've conveyed some useful information, and, you know, while we have the time, if there are other questions that folks want to ask, we can certainly try to answer them for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We do have time for a couple of more questions. Just please remember that the recording and the PowerPoint slide will be available after this presentation. And please don't forget to take the survey. Are there any last questions?
I would ask one thing that's a little bit off topic, but somebody else sort of texted me about this during the call. When you're talking about joint ventures, mentor protege, one of the issues that CBEs contend with is having a CBE act as a pass-through for another company that's out of state, doing and presenting themselves as having that capability, but having it being done by another company that is not a CBE, i.e. that CBE presenting itself as a pass-through and getting around having an actual CBE with those capabilities. And I appreciate CBE not the same as SBE, DC, etc. But how does the office, Lauren and Quintina, do you deal with issues that are brought up when it appears that essentially someone is acting as a front that's taking away business from an actual DC-based company that has that capability?
So I would suggest to bring that to our compliance division. Our compliance division. So you would send an email, and Lauren can maybe put that in the chat to the compliance manager to review that.
So you don't feel like you get those kinds of issues when people are coming to you with wanting to create those joint venture opportunities or things, but seeming that when they're doing that, it's more transparent and therefore not that kind of issue? Exactly.
So that is really out of our area as far as compliance and fraud. So that really would be a question to compliance.
And, you know, if I could speak to that real quick, because I was the one that brought it up to Megan. It might not be in your department, but it happens a lot. I'm just not sure how well you're vetting the people, because it is a big issue with the CBEs and the out-of-town people.
Okay. Oh, okay, great. I'm so glad that you brought that to our attention. Between certification and compliance, that can be resolved.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions? Well, we do thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. And I look forward to another great presentation from our Ombudsman, Pete Teague. And thank you so much, Pete and Lauren. Again, the recording and the slide presentation will be available after this presentation. You can view the recording on YouTube, and please feel free to complete the survey. We thank you for your time. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.